save data was corrupted because we had collected a fairy, we collected a heart piece at a fairy gossip stone. We have determined what the issue was. It has been, the save file has been possibly fixed, questionably, maybe. We're about to find out. If this does not work, then the seed is dead, okay? So we're gonna go kill the Tektite. A very particular Tektite. I don't think this was the one I wanted to do. I wanted to actually go in here, but I'm a goof. So we're going back to the bottom and we're doing this again. But yeah, we're going to kill a very particular Tektite. If we can collect the heart piece without the game crashing, then we have temporarily fixed the short-term issue. The long-term issue is that we cannot pick up any item that is a heart piece or a heart container or whatever else from a fairy. If we do, it will corrupt our heart count and we will, that's it. GG, game over. It will crash the game. So we have to avoid picking up any heart. If we get a heart container or a heart piece or anything else like that from a fairy fountain, we have to reset. No saving, no nothing. So basically I have to save after every single time that I collect something, just to be sure that I don't lose it. Only the important things matter, like if I'm doing like if I collect something that's important to progress, like, you know, the song or a hook shot or whatever else all. So yeah. Will you have yourself in this game like A Link to the Past? I don't know, possibly. I'd have to ask somebody. I'd have to commission somebody to do it. But, that is pretty low on my priority list right now. And plus, too, you know me and my extreme standards for everything. So not only would I have to do that, but I'd also have to, you know, really, really like it. So this is the thing that kept crashing my game. Hey, Fancy. And that is... Okay. Good news. Our heart count is fixed. There are many custom models for Ocarina of Time, yeah? It is specifically fairy checks that we have to worry about. Heart piece fairies. Yes, of course, Garth. Go ahead. I can handle everything else in the meantime. Fairy checks that drop heart pieces or heart containers are the problem. Oh, hang on, Woods did a giveaway wheel. Oh my god, I'm a goof. I'm so sorry. Woods, why didn't you say something in the chat? Or did you say something in the chat and I'm just dumb? Where's the giveaway wheel? I forgot. Hey. Hey, who's trying to jump scare me? So I'm just trying to find... So how the giveaway wheel goes is there's a wheel that I have that I'll spin. And on that spinny wheel, there's a lot of things that people can get, okay? Game codes, or a mug. So Woods would get a game code or a mug or a Streamloops pack from a variety of different ones, and or a sticker sheet or other things like that. Or it lands on a I gift a sub out to the community. Okay? So where is the spinny wheel? A baguette! Yum. So much food. Where is my wheel? Okay, well, I'm so sorry. I hope this isn't loud. There it is. All right, spin the wheel time. I give to sub. You almost got a mug. Oh man, that was close. I give to sub to the community. Give me a sec. I can't do that from this page. Gift a sub. Who's gonna get it? Yo, nice. Congratulations to Ruds. Wheel of prizes. Yep, wheel of prizes. Okay, now we're gonna go to Streamloops and we're gonna mark that off as done. Because it has been done. Okay, so now that we've got that Tektite, we're gonna mark that one off as done. I think we also have Morpha's health, or Morpha's soul. So we're gonna scroll all the way down. Yes, we do. Okay. So I have to also mark things down on my handy dandy spreadsheet that I have here for the water temple. So this is the water temple Tektite, which I think is the upper switch Tektite. Well, bam. Okay. Merrick, thank you so much for the 10 consecutive watch streak. Handy dandy spreadsheet that has totally been in full use since it was made. Yep. So we've done most of this already before. Because we were here before. Heck. I keep whiffing. Come in. Get out your handy dandy notepad. Hey, did you master? What I'm gonna do is I'm going to bring up all of these Tektites. There should be 5 of them in this room, so 3 in the water and 2 up at the top. Okay, have we already killed these ones? It's not marked down on the tracker, but I'm not getting rewards from them. Oh. Well. Okay. Weird. Why did the other ones not drop rewards? Did I kill only half of them? And then just abandoned the one that had the Bagoron sword? I can't imagine that I would have done that. Ouch. I'm a goof. I needed to be on that. The first one, so an enemy will only, so when I kill an enemy, it has to drop the item directly into my inventory. Like it will spawn on top of me. Like that one, you see how that dropped a green rupee, but I got a blue rupee in my inventory? And how that one dropped a heart and something else? I just want to make sure that, go away. I just want to make sure that that one was killed before too. Yeah, no, I'm not getting stuck in there. Good luck. I should save because we did get a Bagoron sword. So we've killed all the Tektites here. And that means Stingrays are left. There's the 3 water spout Tektite, which is where? Where's the 3 water spout Tektite? Is that... Oh, that's by the dragon. Yeah, that's by the boss key. Okay. No, thank you. You lost a wireless headphone, thought I had left it somewhere while out on the house. Hang on. Well, out of the house, turns out it was on the floor of my room. Oh no. Like the earbuds? Vita? Now the question is, where do I need to go? I think it's this way. It is this way. So over here, there's a whole lot of Tektites in this room, but we don't care about them because we've already done them. But what we didn't do is the ones that are over there. These ones. Ah, rude. Oh, goody. one of the Beats ones, small in-ear ones that I had said. Those, honestly, those earbuds are insanely expensive. When I got a new phone and they were like, oh no, you can't use a plug-in headset because that's you don't have any what's it called? You don't have any plugins like auxiliary points or whatever else, all auxiliary ports. And I was like, oh, I'm not gonna buy new headphones for earbuds because like I didn't want to get the ones that were brand name from the company because they were stupid expensive. And then I realized they're all like that. Like they're all stupid expensive. Did you make adapters for them? And I get that. I just think it's silly. Because I have all these things that now I have to get an adapter for. So that means more components, more like electronic stuff that I don't actually need. To have floating around the house. Oops. More things for me to lose. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. We're going to the corner with you. You've been a bad boss. Uh-oh. Okay, well, it doesn't matter because I win. All right, boss defeated. So now the only things left for this dungeon is if I get stingray souls. Besides that, this dungeon is fully complete. Oh, hey, a fairy. And the fire medallion. All right, stingrays. Yeah, literally locked by only stingray souls. We got spike souls, we got morpha souls, we've killed them all. Okay, so if that's the case, we now can actually just mark off the spikes, the spike enemies, because we've killed them all. We can also mark off the fact that we have killed morpha. Oop, that's not morpha. What about Dark Link? I killed Dark Link a long time ago. Wait, was he not marked down? Oh, you're right. Nope. Dark Link was not marked down. Honestly, Bigoron's huge for those skeleton enemies, right? So, Hallway Skulltula, Stalfos. So we're missing Stalfos. Do we? Hang on. I want to look at the souls again. Skulltulas. So this one here and Stalfos are both what's locking Shadow Temple and Sun Song. Water Temple is locked by Stingray souls. Spirit Temple is locked by Wall Skull souls. But we have that now. But we don't have the Mirror Shield. And I really don't want to go back in there without, like, getting at least the Mirror Shield. Because that'll be, like, the 4th time I've dipped Spirit Temple. Maybe even more. But we can't... I think we can go to Ice Cavern now. So maybe we should do that. I ended up getting some earbuds. Actually, there's a lot of Tektites here. I ended up getting some earbuds. Normally like $150. I got them up for $30. Because they were being discontinued. I'm like, how? But whatever. Where's my Tektites? There we go. Adult Tektite. There's 8 of them, so we need to find 8 Tektites and bring them back. Here's one. One Tektite. Oh, one Tektite. Okay. There's one Tektite. Oh, gosh. Where's the rest of them? Oh, there's one. Two Tektites. Another fairy. Three Tektites. Ha ha ha. Ah. 4 Tektites. Me counting. I'm like, did I actually kill 4 of them? I don't even remember now. There's still 3 out there somewhere. Where the heck are the other ones? It looks like there's one there. This is what I get for, like, making the water go up. Oh, goody. 5 Tektites. To be fair, I could turn the water off because there's a gossip stone at the Lake Hylia warp point that actually does lower the water. I just don't want to. I'm going to go back here so I can get the item on the ledge. I was mildly concerned. Hang on. Oh gosh. Gotta shoot the sun! Shoot the sun! Shoot the sun! What is it? It is probably trash, but we're gonna pick up the trash anyways. I was mildly concerned about it because I was the one I lost was broken. I could have to take it in to get a replacement since it was covered via Apple Care. But if it was truly lost, I would have kind of had an odd situation where the replacement couldn't happen. But it would be a less needed thing. You can make the water go back down at the teleport pad? Yeah, I can. I can. This thing right here was what I was talking about, this gossip stone. But I've already killed half the Tektites, and I don't want to have to go around and try to figure out which ones I have or haven't killed. Perfect timing. Saku is so foolish. I'm always foolish. I don't know what you expect. Would it really be Saku if not foolish? Where be Tektites? There's still at least 2 more, 3 more. Yeah, there's 3 more somewhere. They might be around the edge. Oh. I thought I saw something. Sometimes the water will like, if I can see before they spawn in, there's like a little watery, glitchy looking thing that happens. It's like, hey, there's an enemy here. Ah, like that one. Well, bam! Another one! So this one, I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna stay far away from this. Okay, hang on. Gotta be closer. What are you? Are you Rupee? No! It's an ice trap! Blech. Okay. So this is southwest. Southwest fairy spawn. You thought you heard one at the grave? Hang on, let me look. Nope. I looked. Alas, not there. Two more Tektites, they're probably around the edges. I just have to keep around the... There might be one closer to the entrance of the water temple, but... No, the one I just killed was that one, like, right over there. There's one right there. I can see it. Right there. You see the little glitchy part of the water? I don't even think it's loaded in yet. There you go. Bam. Welcome back, Scarth. That's another one. Another Tektite. There's one more. It's probably closer to the, yeah, it's probably, like, closer to over there. But yeah, I was... Did you see what I was talking about, though? About the glitchy water? I should save. I'm not close enough. Trying to stay like far enough away that it counts, but also close enough. Like far enough away that I'm not gonna automatically pick up the fairy, but close enough that like it counts. Is it real? Is it fake? Fake. I knew it! The fire medallion is already tracked. It's the big one, sorry, that didn't, and also I didn't actually, you know, turn on the tracking for chat, so that, yeah, but now I did. Southeast fairy spawn is done. Oh, there you are. The last Tektite. Whiff. Hopefully it doesn't break. I hope so too. Honestly, I know that they said that I should just restart. Okay, so as I was saying earlier, the game broke and there was some save file shenanigans. What happened was that the fairies are double counting but not double counting. They're changing things incorrectly. I don't know how to describe it because I'm not a dev, but basically it corrupted the save data for heart pieces and whatnot because of the way that it tracks heart pieces and whatnot. So it's both double activating and not double activating. So one time we got a heart piece that was from a fairy that it thought we had gotten 2 for. The devs say that I shouldn't be continuing to play this and I should just re-roll a new seed. But I want to finish this one. I hope you have a good night, Anna. Thank you all so much thank you so much for your support. Always, you're amazing and I appreciate you. Okay, this should be the last gossip fairy in Lake Hylia. There are Tektites as a child. And there is, Octoroks here as well, as a child. So those I still have the ability to do. We also have the eyeball frog. I'm pretty sure we picked up from somewhere. But I'm constantly saving, basically, to make sure that if I do happen to run into an issue, that I'm not going to, you know, lose everything. Okay, talk to you. Then show you the eyeball frog. And we shot the sun. Yay. Alright. So, looks like what we need is to come back here as a child, and we also need the crow's souls. That's it. So, locked by souls. Okay. So we're gonna go to Zora's Fountain. We have a whole lot of things we can do over there. Like a whole lot. What we do not have though is skulls. Like, not wall skulls, but the other ones. The Skulltulas. Actually, you know what? We have Epona. I'll do that out here. No, I'll do it here. I don't want to run halfway across the world. There you are, Epona. Oops. I was just making sure that I had the right thing on my screen. It paused the game for half a second because I moved it. But I wanted to make sure that I had the stream loot stuff on the screen so that if it breaks, that I can notice that it breaks. So we still don't have, what's it called? We still don't have the hammer or gold gauntlets. Yeah, I'm gonna put the recipe in the Discord, the one for the salsa, or what I call taco night bake. Because I feel like it's something that's really cool to have as, like, if you have little casserole dishes, you can cook it in the oven, like, you can separate it and cook it in the oven. And everybody has their own little taco bake casserole dish. And it's good. Okay. Go away. We've already done all these Octoroks and everything else, so... I don't care about the Octoroks. So this is my first time in here as an adult. Does anybody have any guesses on where you think the souls of the bosses are that I'm looking for? So we're looking for I think did I kill Bongo Bongo? I don't think so. Right? Because no. Or was it that? No, okay. I see. I marked it down wrong. I've killed Bongo Bongo. I haven't killed Spirit Boss because that's Twin Rova, but I have Spirit marked off as done. Okay, we need to get King Zora thawed. Excuse me, I have some ice defrost for you. We'll just use a really powerful hairdryer. Actually, what do all of you use to defrost ice? Okay, a fairy. Do we have a prescription? Nope. Outside? You vibrate very quickly. You don't? Kippa, do you not get ice at all? On the road. Not on the road. Like, you know, not on the road, but, you know, in your locks or, on your car or... Yeah. Oh, interesting, Frappe. A handheld propane torch. I haven't had to, but I know people in the area who use hair dryers for their car doors. That makes sense. Oh, you know what? We should probably do the... It says that I haven't done the Gossip Fairy stuff. We should probably do that. I'm gonna save just because I want to make sure I don't mess anything up. What was the question? What do you use to defrost? Like your locks or other things like that? Oh! It's actually a claim check. Okay. That was a little unexpected. Air? You just let it defrost on its own? What if you need to get a key in there? It's a whoopee. It's a whoopee. I'm giving Ruby pets. A blowtorch might work. I feel like a blowtorch might be a little bit too much, right? Let's go see the Great Fairy because we haven't talked to her yet. Okay, we got the Pectite. I'm too close. I've only once had my car door get so cold it to freeze up, so I just went back inside and decided to drive another day. Yeah, I just let the car run with the heater turned on for a bit. I guess it makes sense if you have like automatic start. I have done the Oracle games. I've even done a collaboration of the Oracle games, like multi-world. Okay, it says what is because there is two gossip stones here. Berry ones. Those pots near Jabu Jabu have all been cleared. It was a fun collaboration, though your collab partner was kind of weird. You're a goof. Poppy! Oh, look, it's Poppy! I've not played, well, I haven't played the vanilla games in a very long time. But, I think I lost my mind doing some of those things in the, doing some of those things in the game. Like the mini games in those are so hard. Your single favorite song in Ocarina of Time is Storm. Really? Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-da-ba. Bomb choose. Rude. Come on. Fine, I see how it is. Really? Rude. What'd I get? Meh. Alright, first Octorok was nothing. Where's the other one? Ah, rude. Wait, what? Where'd that one go? What? Why'd that take so long to die? Sploosh, the Sploosh Kaboom guy? No, he still died on top of the water. Oh, God. Alright, so the 2 Octoroks near the platforms are killed. There's still one more Octorok. No! No! How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, that's right. You can't stop me. No! No! It's rude. How dare me? Yeah. How dare you, Fusion? How dare you? You in particular. The disrespect from these ice traps. You know what? All of a sudden I'm thinking of which is really weird because I don't play Mario games. Am I like rising up or not? I can't tell. Also, welcome in, Eagle. And Heroes. And Arkarker. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. I wonder if the coins at the bottom of the lake are randomized. Well, I've got some bad news for you, Carl. No, they could be, but no. Okay, that one's good. This one is... Gotta get all these things and gotta make sure that we don't pick up a heart piece. Okay, I guess because this one's out here. Pick it up. A mustache. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Whoa, I was nervous. Okay, I guess we can't get 2 fairies at once. For some reason. There's an Octorok here I haven't picked up. But on the surface you look calm and ready to drop bombs. Yep. Mom spaghetti. There you are. There's my last Octorok. Oh, goody. We'll shave it for later. Must ask you a question, but I'll shave it for later. Get it? Because it's a mustache joke. I got it. Gosh, another gold one? What the heck? What's happening? I'm so worried about being in here. No! What? No! We didn't get those things have souls? The ice guys? That's mean. Oh, wow. I forgot about these guys having souls. Where is the ice cavern? There it is. Yo, look. I have cute ears too. Wow, $5. I thought the price of graphics card went through the roof though. Yes. They sure did. That's why it started at like, you know, it started at like 900 because that's, I feel like it started lower than 900 and then it got up to 900 and then it got up to 1100 and then it got up to 1500 because of the cost of graphics cards getting like kept going up. Oh, heck. Yep, current time is 2:45, even though it's not. I can't see. There we go. I can play a song. Hey. Bombs. Come back here. Born perfectly to explore dank memes. Okay, Zora's Fountain. We got the fairy spawn there. Okay. Hey, who's shutting down my stuff? Who we need? Sartes. Okay, bombable rock, it looks like. Oh, look at me. I'm looking fancy. Ooh, look. We've got pots here. Stalfos! That was perfect timing for whoever played the anime WoW sound effect. Oh, wait. I was like, hang on a minute, that can't be it. Alright, we got the... I did get emotional damage from that. Alright, there is, we don't have any skulls. There's no Skulltula. Skulltula. Hey, Kit Kat! I feel so naked without my glasses. Somebody did guess. Somebody guessed something here. Right? Somebody did guess that there would be a soul thing in this cave. Who was it? Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Also, welcome in McFruit and Kit Kat. Man, now I want a Kit Kat. Give me a break! Now you're close by guessing Ice Cavern? I thought that somebody said the hidden cave next to Ice Cavern. Alright, I don't think you get that joke all the time, I'm sure. It must be frustrating. I'm sorry. But I do really want a Kit Kat now. Like, in all seriousness. Aldo, welcome in. Oh, Girati! I laughed every time I hear it, okay. As long as it's not annoying. Alright, Zora Fountain is locked. Locked by Skulltula. How do you spell Skulltula? Souls. Okay, I think that's it. Child Butterfly Fairy. I don't know where that would be. Hopefully I picked those up already. There's a couple of Tektites at Zora's River as a child. There's a lot of was it Stalfos? Okay, Hyrule Fields, Southeast Grotto is locked by gold gauntlets. The Cow Grotto is locked by gold gauntlets. The Southeast Grotto we can't get into. Cow Grotto still can't get into. Tektite. Oh, the Tektite Grotto has a Tektite in it now. We can kill that. Oh, so look at the doggo. He's so wooby. Actually, do we have the ability to teleport? No, don't teleport. That's not where I want to go. No. I heard Tektites and my brain went straight to Water Temple. No, we're not teleporting. I lied. We're going back this way. We should have teleported to Hyrule Castle. We have a lot of things that we can do with Stalfos souls, though. Hello, Whoopi. You're making some weird noises back there. We've already done market redeads. I hope Ruby's having a good day. Her tummy's been a bit upset, honestly. So she's not having the greatest of times. And also I'm currently doing laundry and she's unhappy about the fact that she can't lie on the bed because there's no bedding on the bed, so she's stuck with me. I think she like ate something that she's not like, what's it called? I think she ate something that her tummy didn't agree with. And she's been like hyper gassy. Tech grotto, tech. Oh god, I accidentally, undo, control Z. Oh no, what did I do? Okay, there we go. Whew. It's fine. So we still don't have Skull Chulas. So we don't have Skull Chula souls. Cow grotto gas, no grass. Oh gosh, now I'm saying the wrong thing. Okay. Hyrule Field, we've now done everything that we can do for Hyrule Field. We can take out the Tektite souls from the list. Now the question is, do I want to, do I want to go back and start cleaning up, what's it called? Stalfos? There's a few places where there's Stalfos, like GTG. Maybe GTD. Honestly, actually, GTG might be the place to go. Now that I'm thinking about it. Or Forest Temple. We've not been able to do Forest Temple because we're missing keys. There's two really good, places that we could do. Epona! Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to be stuck in the floor. Again. Because that's happened multiple times. Ruby's still making goofy sounds behind me. I keep trying to press the bow button, but instead I didn't. I pressed the C button that has the bow on it. We streaking Brixola with the 5 consecutive streaks. Enjoy your lurk, Kippa. So far, we're doing pretty good. We haven't had any issues with the game breaking. So I'm gonna cross my fingers and hope that this remains. I have found Wolfos, Carl. There's but I'm missing Skull Chulas, which is the other main thing that I needed for that zone, or for Forest Temple. So I have Bubbles, I have Wolfos, I have Stalfos, I have all that stuff. But I don't have Skull Chulas. I do have Wall Skull Chulas, though. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll down to get to GTG on the list. If there's one thing... Actually, no. I'm not going to mention it. Alright, Stalfos chest. So, we do also need hammer to do this. Well, we don't need it. I kind of definitely broke it in terms of, yeah. How do we lose $10? What did I spend $10 on? How's Rando going? Pretty good. Oh, GTG entry. Duh. Excuse me. Don't be a ice trap. Don't be an ice trap. Can you imagine this guy but with an ice trap as his soul? So there's a timer and then you get frozen. Oh, nuts! Nuts! Yes. The rando is going well. It is possible it may break, so that's, yeah, just an FYI. So more rupees. Well, we are back to full health, or full rupee amounts again. We have Stelphos in the Stelphos room. Mark down those. What happened to this one? We need the Wall Master next. I forgot that the Wall Master doesn't spawn here. Okay, we'll deal with Wall Master after we get the rupees so that there's no timer. Oh my god. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. 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 I haven't been coughing as bad. Did you hear? Did you notice? Did anybody notice? I'm no longer like in the distance, you know? Glad to see you're healing? Yeah, I know. Isn't it exciting? Now you've done an incoming cough attack? Yeah, but even if I have an incoming cough attack, it's been noticeably, like, better, right? Now I just have to, like, work on singing so that I can get back into it properly. No! 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 These wolfos are so mean! Oh, thank God. Thought it was gonna be another ice trap. More wolfos! Alright, so it looks like the rest of this is literally just... yeah. Chests? Okay, you're getting better. I'm happy. I'm happy that I'm recovering, even if it's slow. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. This is way too close. The thing is, like, sometimes I, like, know where to hook shot because I know exactly where it is that I hook shot every time that I'm standing in that particular spot. And it's hard when I, oh, goody. It's hard when I change where I'm positioned. Literally nothing! Yay! Alright. Okay. So many hard pieces in here, though. Mark down those. We got the likes we've killed, which is all the enemies now. We've killed every enemy in GTG. So the only things we have left is the eye statue, and wow, we are almost done GTG. It's just these chests. Oh my god, what is... That's the winter heart piece. Hey! Hey, Grog. Welcome in. Ba-da-ba-da. $5 whole. That's all the chests in here. Yeah, it's just the 2 bow lock chests. And then we're done GTG. Like, completely. And then it's Forest Temple time. But we can't do, like, there's no quick way to get there. I'm actually trying to think of, like, what is the fastest way to get to Forest Temple? Bolero? Yeah. I think it's Bolero. What a weird situation that is. Honestly, I feel like some of the warps in here are a little weird. I was gonna miss if I didn't do that. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Spin, 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 spin. Yeah, I was too slow on the other ones. I see. I see. Shabombs, I think, are the actual bubbles that are in Jabu. So... Yikes. No! Rude. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna go to Bolero spot. Ba, 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 ba. And we're gonna warp back to thingy. Okay, so locked by nothing. Completed. Oh, bam. We have one whole section done. Be proud of me. I still need a hammer. Does anybody want to give me a hammer? I promise I won't break anything with it. You can trust me. Right? You all trust me. Alright, we're gonna go over here and we're gonna... This is the Lost Woods. There we go. That's the rock I needed. No, I don't think I do. Why not? Would be awkward if Twinrova held the hammer. It would only be awkward if Twinrova held the hammer if the fire temple had mirror shield in it. So, what? Chocoboa, what do you mean only as far as I can throw you, so probably pretty far considering your size. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? How rude. The Lion King Yeet Saku gif here. There is a Streamloops card that does that. It's very nice that this guy is not here. Hey, Howie Man! Alright, let's go up here and I'm gonna... being a cat girl, at least you always land on your feet. That is true, that is true. Hey, Urban Outdoorsman. Yeah, I have to talk during this whole segment or it gets my VOD muted. Hey! Yo, pickaxe! One Stalofos. Excuse me. Not Stalfos. No! Rude. You know, at least it's a diamond pickaxe, right? Bobby Vos. I need to mark this down in the thingy on the tracker. I'm trying to find the forest temple in here. There it is. Okay, we got Wolfos room 1 and 2. Okay, now we gotta go kill the things. We still haven't found keys. The whole reason why we're looking for stuff is we need keys. We still don't have the Stalfos or the Skull Chula. Why is that? Why am I calling everything Stalfos? What's happening? Okay. Can we not call everything Stalfos, please? Alright, if we go in here, hopefully one of these gives us a key. If it's an actual Skulltula, like not a wall Skulltula, but like an actual Skulltula, then we're gonna be stuck again. Okay, we got the bubble. We got the bubble in here. Where's the bubble? The hallway Stalfos bubble. Bring it on, Stalfos! You're the real guy that- oh, wait, there's 2 of them, I forgot. For some reason, I thought this was second Stalfos. Wow, a Deku shield. Lower Stalfos 1, lower Stalfos 2. We did not get, but we also got the Stalfos chest, which is right here. Give me keys, please. Oh my god, this dungeon does not want to let me finish it. Please, you're rude. Very, 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 very. If a cat lands on its feet and toast always lands butter side down, would strapping a piece of buttered toast to the back of a cat cause an anti-gravity perpetual motion machine? Please don't strap a piece of toast to my back. I feel like the buttered toast would mold eventually, right? Hey, Urban! Thank you so much for the 15 watch streak. Also, welcome in, Telson. I'm gonna put this away. Octorock. Okay. This is the... oh, goody. The Frozen Eye... no, not Frozen Eye Switch. Yo! Oh my god. Nice witch hat. Hat on head, not toast on back. Thank you. Yes. Where's Octorok in this list? How come I can't see? Where's... oh, there it is. Courtyard Octorok. Found it. Never mind. Ignore me. Rude. Oh, I forgot about the Deku Babas, though. They also are a thing that we have to worry about. Keys, please. Give me keys. I'm being bullied Buy the game. Wait, this is not the courtyard Octorok. Raised Island Courtyard Skull Wall Chula. Okay, this one. This one is it. And the Octorok. We don't have a Deku Baba. Right? Because this is... Okay, sure. I don't really know the wording here, but I feel like this should be the courtyard one and not the raised courtyard one. How are we back here with this being like this? I definitely have lowered the water. Can't see because the hat is huge. Yep, that's it. Please, no, please do not strap toast to my back. What do you think Doc used before the flux capacitor in his time machine? Oh man, I never even thought about that. That was smart. All right, Octorok. That's still not why. Where's my keys? What's going on? Am I gonna seriously be stuck from getting keys again? This has gotta have a key in here. Oh my god. Unacceptable. You know what would be great is if I did this and if I did this type of seed in an archipelago multi-world, the 40 seed. Oh my god! The last heckin' guy! The last heckin' guy before we had to leave! We finally got one! Oh my god! It's a Christmas miracle! Apparently I say I got the map chest, but I've never marked the... Yeah, okay. To be fair, since you're a cat girl, not a cat, we'd have to strap the butter toast to your head rather than your back. It can be a new hat. Hey! No! No, we're not strapping butter toast to my head either. Yeah, I thought, how did I get this bubble but not the other bubble? Rude. You would start spinning around like that one Miku song? Oh man. You know, fun fact, I actually participated in a Miku song collaboration that just got like that got abandoned. And I was really excited because it was gonna be like my first collaborative song with other people. Where am I? And then they just never finished it. I was sad. I had actually wondered about that 2 days ago. But yeah. I asked them about it multiple times, and I think I'm the only one who's asking them about it because I think everybody else forgot about it, but I have not forgotten about it because I don't forget about things like that. Oh, lower bubble. There we go. After First locked door skull. Oh no, because we don't have skull chula stuff. I was wondering about that as well. Yeah. Yeah. I'm debating on like reaching out to the people who were supposed to do it and just asking them to take it over. I put a lot of hard work into that. Bing, 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 bing. Toes goes in the human, not on the human. Exactly. Plus, then you get all crumbs. Like, there's so many crumbs. Alright, what's in here? Please be something good. Like, more souls. That's not souls. I got something in my eye. The size of my finger now. Oops. Oh god. Okay, we got this is the eye switch chest. That's a Z. Not an X. Hope you can too, yeah. Also, hey Titan. But yeah, it was one of those things where I was like, hey, I put a lot of hard work into this. Where is it? And then it's just, they're like, oh, there's so many things going on. I'm too busy because I'm basically single-handedly editing for this one person now. And so the other project is just dead in the water. I'm like, well, I'd like to do it then. Alright, here's a bubble. I don't know why I bother. Human-like being? Yes. I gotta stop. I gotta put this away. There we go. No! No, rude. No, no, no. Put the sword away. I ducked. Excuse me, do you mind? Okay. Alright, 2 bubbles have been defeated from the upper bubble. There we go. Okay. Beating a good Zelda again with randomizers, eh? Yes. I am beating randomizer again. Yes. That's the, yeah. Trying to, at least. Assuming that the game lets me this time. Alright, boss key chest, let's go! And it is... Oh no! Oh, I don't want these! Take them back! So thank you everyone. I started and I'm almost done with an anime I've been interested in. Please tell me it's not One Piece. Oh heck, I needed that! Because that would be like dangerous levels of commitment if you just started it now. Alright, we got more bubbles. So many bubbles. I forgot about the floor master. Only got... You tried getting through that, only got past Skypia. Okay, there's a dude here. I pressed right! The boss key? No, that's not at all. No, no scary sounds. Excuse me. Oh, this is a floor master. Okay. The other thing was a wall master. One Piece is long, but Detective Conan is longer. Oh my god! Jabu Jabu tentacle souls, yes! Oh my god, we can finally work on that. Too. We're making so much progress today! What is happening? We got Skull Kid Soul. Oh. Ugh. Yeah. No. No, I don't want Skull Kid souls. I mean, the tentacle souls, yes. Yes, we'll go with those. We're gonna leave that guy because we don't care about him. Well, we don't care about killing him. We do care about him because we're nice. That's why we're leaving him alone. Not a weird way. What do you mean not in a weird way? Hang on a second. What kind of weird way are we talking here? That sound made me look up. What song? What, the yes or the kill, the Griff playing the kill sound, the jump scare? Can't hear the stream anymore? Wait, is that a real item in the game? This is a randomizer. Oh, yes! Oh my god, potato chips. You can still hear me? Yeah, no, I'm not muted. I know that. But Digimaster is having issues. Nuts. Okay, first twisted hallway wallmaster. Are you talking about the souls of enemies? In the randomizer, there's souls. But the real question is, what kind of chips? Salt and vinegar, probably. I'm curious if I like asked everybody to make like a thing, like a mood board of like what Saku's interested in. How many people would get it right? Like how many people would be like, oh, Saku likes salt and vinegar chips. Saku likes, you know, dinosaurs or space things. Oh gosh. Mari! Mari's adorable. Dill pickle and a bag of ketchup. Oh man, ketchup chips is yum. I need. Well, bam. Two. I don't think that we actually get like anything for killing these guys besides the lamp. What about Aldras? Only if it's Ruffles. If it's Lay's, that's like... bleh. Okay, we have the Floor Master chest. The Red Po chest. So there is gonna be... Hey! I got a sprout on my head. Oh, I do not like sun chips, actually. Like full on do not like them. In a munchies bag, I will give other people the sun chips. You stop. Wow, 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 wow. Restarting your laptop did the trick? Oh good, I got a Poe in a bottle. Good. Lag! Lag! Whoa! Oh my god! We got it! We got the hammer! Oh my god, that's so good! We got the hammer! Let's go! Oh my god! Oh my god! Hey, who's bonking? Forest Temple is stacked. What? Literally nothing! Okay, we have the Stalfos pots. And we have the Stalfos. Ooh woo! Field receptionist. Well, oh, I finished that one. Did you master? Hey, I did forget to mark this chest off. Bow chest. All right, we got those. All that's done. So next is the chest with the. I think there's pots in the next room, so I'm gonna scroll to the pot section. Yeah, blue Poe room has pots. I'm gonna die from like just not having enough health. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Can I get? Oh, thanks. Oh. I knew it! Go, go, go. Gotta go fast. I wonder if we could beat the game today. Then what will we do if we beat the game today? What will we do tomorrow? I did not cheat! Repo. I can't do repo. It's gonna be a school night for people. Okay. I gotta get to school. Blue protest. Okay. So there's 2 pots in the frozen ice switch room, but the more important thing is that there's green guys in the green bubbles, and there's a thingy guy in the ceiling. Back to school. I've had nightmares like this. I'm trying to beat this game. Yes! Oh my god, what a great time to get that. Health refill, let's go. We're gonna save because we've made mega progress here. There's scientific Hyrulean names. Yes. I don't think I've ever had nightmares about going back to school. No idea what's going on. There's a lot of nightmares I've had. Those are not one of them. Okay. I just clipped through the floor? No! Why? Rude. Alright. So now there's green pots. Ooh woo spam! Chat! Where's the ooh woos? Spam the ooh woos in the chat. I don't see any oohs. I see Scarth, and I see Cam Murray, and Rune Master. Yeah. Talking burrito? Oh my god, that sounds like a very scary dream if you were a talking burrito. Also, man, I haven't had burritos in so long. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the ooh-woos. I'll never get you to ooh-woo. Sadden. Hey, Foshi. Welcome in. We don't have Skull Chula souls, so there's no Skull Chula things in here. We have 2 pots. Oh! I was like, hey, it's the A button! And I was like, oh shoot, I already picked up the A button. Okay. Well, that's all the pots from this dungeon. So... Deku Babas and Skull Chulas is what's preventing us from full clearing this dungeon. I can do a bunch of it, but I cannot I can't full clear it. Like, I can complete the boss fight. But yeah. Uno reverse card. No, you. You ooh ooh, but you ada ada? I maybe. You have to play a card for that. Yo, have a good night, Griff, and thank you so much for all of the... Thank you for playing cards and interacting with the stream and all that other stuff. I appreciate it. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Bam! Lemonade, a whole bunch of ham cheese sandwiches I'll have to give away. Wait, why you have to give them away? Hey, Rain, welcome in. My daily food ready? Listen, I can't. I'm in the middle of a boss fight. Also, thank you so much, Jack, for all those clips yesterday. We had so many fantastic clips. Thank you so much, everybody else who clipped stuff too. But I saw how many were in the Discord for me to send to Tropical, and it's really helpful whenever anybody clips stuff for the stream. Like, it is incredibly helpful. So yeah, W clippers. It'll work fine. Yeah. Whoops. We had a couple of people clip stuff, and I really appreciate it. It helps a lot, so thank you. Maybe Saku can eat the semi-truck full of sandwiches? Probably some of it. I wouldn't say the whole thing, but I definitely could do some of it. What kind? They are. Oh, they're ham and cheese sandwiches. Okay, yeah. So we don't have the skull stuff here. This is the basement chest, which we can mark off as the last chest in the dungeon. So the gold skull chillas are different, so ignore them. They don't matter. Ham, cheese, tomato sandwiches? I like toasted tomato sandwiches. Oddly, oh heck. I think I oopsed. I wanted to go back. An entire semi-truck full of ham and cheese sandwiches from the cafe. Did I just drive off with a shipment or suddenly develop superhuman strength? No, I wouldn't say that you developed superhuman strength. I think that you just, right? It was, you grabbed out, you pressed the button, right? On the vending machine, right? There's a vending machine, you press the button, the vending machine's like, hey, here is your item. And then it was the keys to a semi-truck full of ham and cheese sandwiches. I've been trying to preach you about your hover boots extended warranty. I have warranty on them? Okay, good, because they are definitely not long enough. I should be able to hover for way longer. What happened? Why no boss? Wait, do we not have Phantom Ganon Soul? Ah! I see. Rip. Okay, so we cannot actually complete Forest Temple. We are stuck. How do I leave? Hey, I can't leave either. Okay, fine. All right, unlocked by Phantom Ganon Soul. Phantom Ganon Soul. Okay. I can't use my flute in that room. So I wasn't able to actually leave What do we have? Let's go back to being a child. We no longer have Saku's soul after that. It's true. No. Man, I really do want pretzels. I have a recipe for pretzels, but I'm terrible at them. I have no idea how they work. Like, I look at how to make them and I try, and then it turns into a ball. I have no, like, not the fact that the pretzels themselves can't be, like they puff out too much. The problem is that, like, you're supposed to do loop and then loop back, but it's like, what? How? I've tried. I've looked at it. I've studied it. Incoming. Wait, what? Steer? Saku, drive. Oh, cause you've got the yeah. Secret compartment of sauteed eggplants. Nice. The pretzel shape does seem rather complicated. Just buy the frozen pretzels. Problem is you need to do it as one step, not one side at a time. Wait, what? What do you mean? So you just lived up the whole thing and you're like, boom, done. There's a place at our farmer's market that sells really good giant pretzels. I would think, like, honestly, if I could make small pretzels, like pretzel knots, I would like that a little bit. Like, just like small little pretzel knots, so I didn't have to do the actual, like, full-blown pretzel. I think I would like that a lot more. I need to figure out, no, we need to lower the water. You hold each end, pick it up, spin it. What? Spin it? Really? And fold it in half, basically. What? Oh, I need to look at this. That's how you get the twist in the middle? Oh, goody! Okay. Well, we finally found our keys, so we can do more in here. Okay, underwater pot. Is that all the pots? Always look up a recipe for pretzel bites. I mean, can't I just like make pretzels into pretzel bites? Oh, is that a stick? Oh my god, yes. Alright, underwater chest. Wow, that sucks. You can make it however you want. That's fair, but I don't know if it'll taste good. Like, the thing is, what I really want is to make something where you could just pull off a tiny portion of pretzel instead of like the whole darn thing. Like, pull off little bits at a time. Oh, no. So a soft pretzel? Well, yeah, I'm not talking about like pretzels as in the things that you get in a chip bag. Underwater front chest. Man, I have not been marking these down correctly. I'm gonna have to go through this, like, way better. Okay. There's apparently a fire key spot. Alright, excuse me. Can I please? Oh yeah, there's no Skulltula, but we do have Dead Hand, I think. Do we have Dead Hand? Yes. Maid! Thank you so much for the 500 chicken minis! Oh no! No bites! I'm using the wrong thing! I'm using the wrong shield. Rude, no biting. No! I ruined it. Excuse me, I can't see. I'm always like half a second too late. It's more truffle. That does sound really interesting. Wow. The invisible chest, or no, the Lens of Truth chest. Wow, a fairy. Alright, out we go. Ouch. There's a whole lot of keys in the middle. But I do want to get the chests first because they're on my tracker first. A white chocolate truffle core coated in dark chocolate rust dusted with graham cracker crumbs. I feel like if it was a true s'more, it wouldn't actually have like a true s'more flavor. It would have like kind of like a marshmallowy flavor rather in the middle rather than a white chocolate flavor, because white chocolate is like incredibly strong. But I think that would be really good. Like having a s'more flavored truffle. No! In the corner. Okay, so hang on. We gotta mark this down. You know, like those, what's it called? There's the, nobody knows the truffles I've seen. There's like a marshmallow kind of spread that you could put on things. The white chocolate is meant to replicate the marshmallow fluff. Yeah. That I think would work really well for that. Like, I've seen people use that as a dessert salad, right? The marshmallow fluff kind of spreadable marshmallow stuff, you just like take the entire jar of it and put it in with like a bunch of fruit, and it's like a fruit salad, but like dessertified with some like crumbs of graham crackers in there, and boom, you have that's your croutons. I've seen that at a lot of weddings. Sorry, I'm trying to mark down the fire keys. Oh, here it is. BMOS and fire keys and dead hand. Okay. There's not that much in a, and if you're making a salad for a lot of people, that's not actually a lot. I'm pretty sure that I did not. Oh, I did kill the like before. I lied. No, rude. Okay, we'll mark down the like. We just didn't pick it up. Pick up the thing. Oh, a YouTuber. Oh, okay. Sorry. My bad. No! Can you stop? No, thank you. I'm out. Goodbye. Rude. Go away. Something. Did you check the pot in that room? Oh, heck, there was a pot in that room? I forgot. Pretty sure I literally said, hey, there's a fire key spot. No, I did not. And I can't get past here because it's rude. Oh wait, I can. Oh, that's gonna blow up in my face. Wait. What? This is a gold one? Oh, it is a gold one. You're so rude. Let me out, please. Okay. Dungeons mean. I was looking at chat and I would say strength is the ability to throw the fruit salad at the wall. Or throw the fruit salad at the person who put tomato in the fruit salad. There you go. If we're talking about intelligence is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, wisdom is knowing that that not to put tomato in a fruit salad, and charisma is the ability to convince someone that you should put tomato in a fruit salad, then strength would be the ability to throw the fruit salad at the person who put tomato in the fruit salad. Rude. Oh, I seen it right there. No. Constitution is such a funny word to me. I just never get it. Constitution would be to survive it after it's been around too long. Okay, we got the like chest. So we've gotten all the chests. So what do we have? There's the flying pots in the west inner room. The can't do the skulls because we don't have them. None of them are wall skulls, it looks like. Redeads near water in the basement, we've done that. And the redead near chest, we've done that. I think maybe we kill them again just to be sure. We can't do the Deku Baba and we don't have the Sun Song. AC is the chance to... AC is the ability to be nice and cool when it's hot outside. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Here's the flying pots. Okay. More money. All right, so that's the 3 flying pots in the bottom of the well. Surely it's hot in CA right now. It's not hot in CA, but it is definitely hot in Australia. Rude. Ah, darn. CA means California, not Canada? What? Country code says it would be Canada. Alright, that was 4 keys. 1, 2, 3, 4 keys. No Deku Baba, no Sun Song. No Skulltula, no Skulltula, no Skulltula. Basement grass. Okay, so we have 3 grass and 2 redeads to kill. What happens if I fall here? Where does this take me? To the room with a lot of pots. Is this the Sun Song one? Oh yeah, that's the Sun Song one. Alright. Redead. Hey. 1 redead. Grass, grass, and grass. So that's all the grass. 1, 2, 3 grass. A redead near the water. And we need to do the redead by the chest. And then we're done in the bottom of the well. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. I did not mean to do that, but that's fine, I guess. Alright, we're done here. That's, bottom of the well complete for now. Until we get Skulltula souls. Locked by Skulltula souls. I think that's it. Oh, and Deku Baba souls. Deku Baba souls. Oh wow, Camry, that's... Oh wait, hang on, I gotta back up. This is not the way I want to go. Is that a normal temperature for you? Or no? No, not even close. Uh-oh. Alright, should we go to Jabu? I think we go to Jabu. So by the way, in order to beat the game, I need to obtain 2 more medallions and the light arrows. I can get a hint for the light arrows if I can get to Ganon. So the 2 medallions I need are from Spirit Temple, which is Twinrova. From that we're missing the Mirror Shield for. Mirror Shield is the only thing we're missing from that dungeon. Or to finish that dungeon. We don't have... Oh, shoot. I didn't mark down the fact that we have the hammer. I will do that right now. And the other one is the Forest Medallion, which we need Phantom Ganon Soul. Camry, you should come visit Canada if you get a chance. Not when it's cold, of course, because, you know, I like my friends not being popsicles when they come visit. I gotta show you Mongos. Oh, man. I think you would like Mongos. Maybe. I mean, I think everybody's gonna like Mongos, so that's fair. I'm just trying to convince people to come visit me, okay? Bam, 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 bam. You've never been there before? Oh man, there's a lot of really cool places in Canada. Really pretty places. I wouldn't say that Winnipeg is one of them for sure, but like, you know, we have cool stuff here, like people, and also, ooh, I'm gonna put this down, and I'm gonna activate the songs. I think we did not do very much. Epona song. I think we did, Song of Storms? Zora River is on this list somewhere. Okay, we got the Epona song. Zelda's Lullaby. Only place I've been to outside of the US is Japan. I mean, my favorite streamer lives in Winnipeg. She's pretty cool. You'll have to introduce me sometime. It'd be fantastic to meet some other streamers in Winnipeg. So the only song we still need for this is Sun Song. You see it all the time in the mirror. Wow. Alright, Frogs in the Rain is done. Near Open Grotto, freestanding heart piece is obtained. And the freestanding heart piece that's by Zora's domain is obtained. Oh, whoa. Excuse me. Bold of you to assume I look in a mirror. Grill the cuckoo? No! No, we don't want to grill the cuckoo. Rude. Is this the fairy fountain? I am needing, nothing. Actually. This will mark down that we got all the fairies from the fairy fountain here. Because I did not last time. I have a whole lot of things that I have to mark down still. It's chicken, tasty. No, we don't eat our friends. We just use them to fly through the world. Yep. Okay. Open grotto. Fairy. There. And I'm scared. Every time I come over here, I'm like, oh god, am I gonna... Or every time I, yeah, every time I come in here, I'm like, oh shoot. Okay, there's grass. Open grotto grass. Do I have that marked? Looks like all 4 of them are done. So that's 4 grass. Wait, near the freestanding heart piece grass. Apparently I did not mark that as done. Did I just never cut the grass by the freestanding heart piece? That looks pretty cut to me, so I'm gonna mark it down. So, near Frog's Tektite as child, apparently. Why are you trying to remove its feathers by its flapping its wings so hard? I'm not trying to remove its feathers by it flapping its wings too hard. Also, there's... Oh, it's fairies at the entrance. Oh, heck. Shush, Navi. I'm trying to figure out how to cross this bridge. Ah! No! I'm in danger. Don't touch me. You can't take me off this platform. I'll take myself off this platform. Ah! I keep doing it. Go away, Tektites. Oh, thank God. Okay, we got the Tektites. Yay! That was tectonic. That was something. 0 out of 10 is right. Yeah, though that's already... Then I've already got those. Okay. There's 2 more items I can get in this area. Okay, this is gonna be locked by Sun Song and yeah, I think that's literally it. Zora's domain is locked by prescription. Yeah. Okay. We're doing pretty good. I'm like making some really good notes. You want to see them so far? Want to see my tracker and how much we've done? I wish I had like a count on what is left unchecked. I'm curious, actually. Okay. Give me a second to get back up to the thingy where I was before I tragically fell. Boop, 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 boop. Are you using the spreadsheet made by Scarth finally? Yes, I'm using the spreadsheet made by Scarth finally. Okay. Let me just make sure this isn't a heart piece. Okay, good. Whew. Were you hoping that I was gonna get an ice trap and then you could make that a pun? Alright, scroll all the way up. So I hadn't been tracking this from the very beginning, so there is some, you know, bosses that are things that haven't exactly been tracked properly. I gotta sneeze. Okay. Popcorn! Oh man, I love popcorn. You can't barely see it because I made myself so big. This is my handy dandy OT seeds locations. But yeah. So we have a lot of things. There's a lot of things like Deku Babas that we don't have. And here, no Deku. So like all of these checks here are locked by Deku Babas that we haven't unlocked yet because we don't have a Deku Baba soul. We don't have Skulltula souls. And I don't want to do the cow race. So I'm gonna leave that until literally the very last one. There's a couple of gossip stones that we can get the regular fairy spawn now that we have the like Song of Time and other things. There's a few things in the Lost Woods. Gotta kill some skull kids. We got some Deku scrubs. And you know, we've got grass. I do have these. I just haven't marked them down. I haven't marked them down because I'm not like 100% sure on which grass I've cut and which ones I haven't. But I'm pretty sure I've got them all. So there's, you know, all these things in the Sacred Forest Meadow. We did get all the things in the the Fairy Fountain, I'm pretty sure. But I didn't mark it down because I'm not 100% sure, so yeah. Hyrule Field, you can see I'm currently locked by Epona's song. Was one of them. I don't know why it was Epona's song. Oh yeah, because of the grottos. We got Epona's song, or whatever the other things are for the grottos. Oh, the cow. Yeah, the cow was the other thing that I also still don't have access to. We now have the hammer, so we can take that out. But we're still missing skull souls, but we're not missing wall skull souls anymore. So there's a few things we can do in here. In Hyrule, HF is Hyrule Field. You can see all the X's. Market is pretty much done, except for getting pose, because that's a pain. And I haven't figured out a way to get these. Even though they're on the tracker. This is locked by Spirit Medallion. Spirit Medallion is locked by the Forest Boss, which is Phantom Ganon. Hyrule Castle had Zelda's Lullaby and a few other things. Actually, we should go back and do this. We have a lot of things marked off, but a lot of enemies. Most of them are all enemies, right? These are just not marked off. Yo, have a good night, Soren. And then I haven't gone through and marked these off because I'd already completed them before, and yeah, trying to complete them again or look at them again has been a pain. Heart Piece Shield is, or Heart Piece Grotto is missing Sun Song. There's a few checks here that I have not done. Death Mountain Trail, there's a lot of things I just haven't marked down because I got there before. But you can see, like, there's a lot of sections where it's just X, 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 X. Because it's, like, full cleared. Yeah. Like, the thing is, there's a lot more done than what I've marked down, but the problem is that, yeah, I can't really do much when... Yeah, I like... Dodongo's Cavern just isn't even marked at all because I've completed it by the time that I got the spreadsheet. So... I'd have to go back and figure out, like, what each things are. Fire Temple I haven't even barely touched. I've gotten this one, and I killed... There's pots, so... near boss pot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are... That's everything that I did. Everything else was locked. Oh, and the keys in the first room. So this... Yeah, that's Fire Temple done. Basically, right now. Fire Temple is where I should go. Honestly. After Jabu. Alpha Soul. But yeah. There's a lot of things that we have check marked off. It is a ton of stuff done. GTG is just straight up done. Again, it's castle we don't have access to, so yeah. 1,899 checks. There's more marked on it. There's more marked. Or sorry, there's more than what's marked down. But yeah. Okay, we're gonna take this chicken. No, I'm not going to. I'm not gonna do that, Kippa, because the problem is that I haven't marked everything down. Right? Like, I haven't even marked down anything into Dongo's Cavern. Because it's Garth's problem? No! Right, so this is the last, Zora River thing. Ferry. Just watch all the VODs confirm the checks. I mean, it could, if I was actually tracking it correctly and not leaving it, like, leaving things behind and, like, yeah. So, Zora's River is now fully locked by Sun Song. That's it. It would only be as accurate as the spreadsheet. Exactly. Zora's domain is locked by prescription, so there's nothing else we can do here. Let's go to Jabu. So, Zora's Fountain. Sorry, I lied. Let's go to Zora's Fountain. And there's apparently 2 butterflies. I don't know that I've gotten, so I'm gonna go and try. I think they're on the stump, but I'm not sure. There might be 2 butterflies on the stump that I need to check to see if we've gotten. Yeah, I'm darn near positive I haven't gotten these ones. I gotta be really careful. Oh my god, please tell me that's the mirror shield. Ah, no! Sadness. Ooh. Okay, well. So this is now fully locked by Skulltula Souls. There's nothing else we can do in Zora's Fountain without Skulltula Souls. Do the butterflies double up like fairies? What do you mean? Actually, I should save when I get in here. Can they also give you double up items, possibly causing corruption? Anything that is fairies. Butterflies are fairies. Butterflies are fairies. The fairies that come from gossip stones, the fairies from the fairy fountains, every fairy in the game at all, causes issues. That's why I have to be really careful about them. Because if I do something wrong, then that's GG, game over. Alright, we gotta get the Shabam here and the Shabam here. Okay. Entryway Shabam. Alright, we don't have berries unlocked, so we're not doing anything with that. Ouch. Hello, goodbye. Okay, we still don't have berries unlocked. We've done the pots in the Octorok room. But there's Shabams over here. Excuse me. Oh, yay! Alright. Shabam here. There's one Shabam. Oops. Two Shabam. Three Shabam. Four Shabam. Five Shabam. Six Shabam. One more Shabam. Where is it? Oh, there you are. Last Shabam. All right, 7 Shabams. Okay, let's call them Shabams. Okay, what do we call Bubbles then? Bubbles are the thingies that, Bubbles are the skeleton heads. No. Or Powerpuff Girl. Blossom! You know, I always thought that I was like Blossom. But after thinking about it a little bit, I wonder if I'm more Buttercup than Blossom. But also I'm a little derpy, so like maybe also Blossom? We've killed all those thingies. Oh, did I say Buttercup? I meant Bubbles. Tentacle, tentacle, tentacle. This should not be a tentacle. Where is the tentacle on this list? Wait, do they not count? Ah, what? They don't have souls? I don't know, you definitely have Buttercup's whole fight or flight thing going on. I don't know. This is definitely the map chest, not the boomerang chest. We can't get the boomerang chest because that requires us to have stingray souls, I think. Yeah. I'm so inconsiderate. Come on, let's go. Go for a walk. No, so much ice. Ah! A fairy? I have a lot of things I'm getting here. Oh, goody. Yep, I have a puppy. Her name is Ruby. She's a golden retriever. She's adorable. Okay, this is the compass chest. That's a Z. You said that you put a thingy at the very top of the screen, but I can't get there yet until I'm done Jabu, because scrolling through all these pages is real rough. Scrolling through the list. Okay, stingers, berries. Okay, I'm gonna say this is gonna be locked by by berry souls and stinger souls. Okay. It's a pretty big puppy now. She's still puppy. She's hearing me talk about her. Hi, Ruby. I see your hang on. I see your eyes are open. Hang on. You can see her little eyebrows wiggling. She's like, hang on a minute. It's all glitchy. Ruby's like, you're talking about me? We can't go in there yet. Because then we'll get stuck. That's the wrong way. That's the wrong way. No, wait. No, this is the one. We can't go this way because we get stuck. Because we don't have stinger souls. Ba, 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 ba. Goodbye, Rudo. What? No, you're coming with me. Never mind. No, goodbye, Rudo. We're coming. You're coming this way. So we don't have the other things. Hopefully, this is the thing that I need to kill, and that it unlocks the door without killing the other things. Well. This is a bit of a pickle. We did not have the other souls, so I think we have to leave and come back. Soft reset again. Push me. Keep on going. We've already killed these things, so we don't need to kill them again. You know, I didn't even think about the amount of ice traps I was gonna get in that one room with all the bubbles. Or not bubbles, but shabobs. Shabobs. Hello, you again. How inconsiderate! I know I'm a jerk. I'm sorry. Excuse me, do you want to come with me? I hope so, because you're coming with me. The great question is does this one have a soul? I mean, we have an Octorok, so I guess this might be like Octorok soul. The Goron Ruby! What's he doing here? I feel like this would cause a war, right? If the big fish from the Zoras ate the Goron Ruby, like this would absolutely cause a war. Oh no, I got hit! Whatever am I gonna do? Do I get an item? No. There's no item for the big Octorok soul. Rude. I'm being bullied. Pots. Okay. I feel like I'm making huge progress. I'm just gonna kill this guy before he eats me. Goodbye. I think that you have to be looking at the Octoroks or they won't die. I think that's what it is. I feel like Ruto could probably just walk out anyways. Octorok. Here. Wow, this is such a long list of enemies just because there's so many, like, there's so many berries from just, like, you know, being berries. There's so many jellyfish, guys, in this dungeon, but we don't have the ability to kill any of them at the moment because, yeah, do we have, I think we have the boss, though, the boss soul for this one. Yeah, marinade. So there is 6 pots in Baronade's room. And we have to kill Baronade, of course. And also welcome in, John. I hope you're doing well. I'm just gonna focus on the boss first. I can get the pots after. Ah, rude. Rude, 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 come back. Take the damage so that that comes back up faster. Throw this at it. Boom, take the damage. This is actually going tremendously well. That was like one of my best Baronade fights. I don't have that, but that doesn't mean it's real. Okay. Rude. All right. 1 pot. Nice. 2 pots. 3 pots. 4 pots. Can we please get something good? 5 pots. Should be 1 more pot. 6 pots. Actually, that's a convenient time to get a fairy. Okay. So mark down all the pots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the last thing is berries. All these are berries. These are berries. Those are stingers. Those are stingers. Those are berries. The pots above the octo I've gotten. And yeah, boomerang chest we can't get. Berry stools and stingers are the only things left for this dungeon. Alright, let's scroll all the way to the top. Really mark checks. Oh, it does do that. Oh, nice. 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 We have checked out of 1,899. We have checked 1,275 checks. Thank you. That is some big numbers. The amount of checks I've done is really high. All right, market. Not market. It's Hyrule Field. There's a cow chest and a skeleton chest. I feel like we should probably get the grotto that's near Hyrule Castle. It's one of the ones that we can do. Save, 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 save. Almost 2/3 of the way? Is it? Yeah, these fairies are the ones that I'm confused about. Because it says that there's fairies that you can get in Hyrule Castle. So I just don't understand. Hang on. Hyrule Field, that's Hyrule Field. I need to see Hyrule Castle. Okay. Great Fairy Reward is there. Okay. Malin Gossip Stone Fairy Spawn. Get far enough back that I don't pick it up. Oops. No! Ah! Stay away, fairy! Nope. Goodbye. No fairy heart piece there. We're not picking that up. I don't have the bottle anymore. I got rid of it. Oh no, can you? I need to make sure that I'm thrown out. I don't want to go by that heart container. Ah! Yeah, I did a 1,200 and something. I just don't, I'm not very good at math. I think one of you had fire. I don't know which one of you had fire. Somebody has fire. I need the fire. Why is that heart container an ice trap? Okay, so no, but so I am currently playing on an older version of a dev build of the Ocarina of Time randomizer, where they fixed it now, but on this build of the game, if you pick up an item from a fairy, it doubles it. You get it twice, but you don't actually get it twice. So so when it saves to the save RAM, to the memory of the game, the number of items that you get from it gets corrupted if you pick up an item that is like a heart container or a heart piece or something like that. So it's important that if we ever want to, you know, not break the game, that we don't pick up heart pieces on fairies. if we pick up a heart piece on a fairy and then I save and a restart or something like that, it will literally break the game and I won't be able to play it at all. Like that's, we had this happen before, which is how we realized that it was a problem. And yeah, so now we're kind of just suffering the consequences. I don't remember where it was. Better avoid those, yeah. Like we already had the developers like fix our save data so that we could continue because we broke it last time. So at the moment it's just basically like play the thing far enough away that it will hopefully not break. Like if we play it far enough away, Lens of Truth? Is this Lens of Truth? No, it's not because I already have Lens of Truth. What am I talking about? So yeah, we already had the developers fix our save data and they basically told me, you should not play this seed because if you do, it could break badly. Because you know, editing the save data like that isn't something that's like normally, like it can be, editing the save data the way that they did can break other things. So I have to be really careful with what I'm doing. And even if I do, it's possible that the seed might just be hecked. So I'm doing my best to try to not. Oh, heck. Sure, that worked. Ah! Living on the edge of the Saku way? Listen, there's one thing you should know about Saku, okay? If somebody tells me that something isn't possible, what happens? Who in chat knows? I make the possible possible. You do it anyways. So do we? What do they say? A community reflects its streamer? Hey. We'll pick it up. Which is why you're awesome. Yeah, so you see how I got hit by a ice trap twice? You heard the ice trap sound twice? It's because the fairies are yeah, the fairies are duplicating everything that I'm picking up. Trying to see if I can get a heart. Nope. Okay, whatever. So we need to find where in the heck is the thing that I'm looking for. I don't have Midow's song yet, so what's the easiest way to get to Zora Fountain? I guess this way. Saku's a scientist. She doesn't want to be told an idea is bad. She wants to know why it's bad herself. Exactly. That's why I think I'm so, like, interested in how bugs work. Like, trying to figure out how the bugs work and why and how to, you know, all that other stuff. I really enjoy, like, the science-y part of it. Like, figuring out all that stuff. Isn't there Tektites here? Hang on. I have something written here. Lake Hylia, Child Tektite, and Child Bridge Octorok. So there's 3 Octoroks. And 2, 3 Tektites. Yeah. Okay, listen, I wasn't even in the water. Have I not marked them down, but I've already killed them? I don't see Tektites. Do I have to bring them all the way back? I hope not. Listen, I didn't intentionally stab myself in the foot, I'll have you know. It wasn't on purpose. Where is the Octorox? Oh, there's a Tektite. Darn it. Trying to like... Can I just jump on here so that I can like... Haha! Ah! I'm sad. Oh, man. Can you come on this way, please? We're going together back to the water thing here. Come on. I did so much work in order to get this thing set up. Oh god, we left one behind. No, it's like the cows in Minecraft. Ouch. Okay, here we go. Ah! No, not the ice trap. No, a second one. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was not prepared to not kill you in one shot. Oh my god, all 3 of them were ice traps? Rude. Okay, so there's 2 Octoroks. How I'm gonna find those, I have no idea. Give me health. Give me health. So we're stuffing Tektites into a hole of our food source? No! Excuse me. One of these days, I'll get you. Yeah! No! It wasn't even anything good. Whoa! Oh, I can just climb on here? Bring it on. Yeah. No, not again. No. Rude. Rude, rude. I know you're here. Where are you? Is it this side? Where is it? Oh, there you are. I'm like, I know there's one here. You can't hide from me. I'm on an extermination mission. All right, the only thing left here is Sun Song and the crows. Okay. Cool. What was I here for? Zora's River, Zora's Fountain, Zora's something or other. I need to go to the shop. I need to find out whether or not the shop sells fire. Excuse me, let me in. Thank you. Alright. Wouldn't it be funny if it's this shop? Just because, like, yeah. You know, have I been holding on to a fairy for a long time? Aha! It is this shop! Okay, this is funny. Nope, I don't want to buy something else. I want to go out here and I want to come back inside. I'm going to let go of the fairy, then I'm going to come back in and buy another thing. Actually, you know what? Heck it. We're just drinking the po. Yum. Ghosts. My favorite. Nope. No buying anything else. Now we need to go back to Hyrule Castle. Okay, I don't think there's anything else we can do here or in the river or anything else, so we're going back. Yeah, back to Hyrule Castle. I don't think those are the type of spears you're supposed to drink. Oh, heck. What kind am I supposed to drink then? Oh, man. I'm thinking about all the things that I can drink now. And eat now. Oh my goodness. Adrena's new flavor, Po Soul. You know, I have all this, like, money that I've been missing out on because I don't have enough space in my money bag. Whatever it's called. The bag that the money goes in. Hello? What is it called? Wow, why is my brain malfunctioning? My bag. Oh yeah, wallet. There we go. Thank you. Yes. That one. All right, we got the other thingy. So with this what? That's been here the whole time? Oh my god! What? Are you kidding me? No! There's so much I have to go back and do. I'm losing my mind. sure that is, yeah. I'm so sad. All right, we're gonna mark down that, yeah. All right, I guess we have that now. Oh, Baba. Cool. Hyrule Castle is complete, by the way. Oh my god. Can't believe that's been here the whole time. Oh, I need it to be daytime. All right, well, while I'm doing that, I might as well just quickly look and see where else I can go. We have 4 cows inside of Malon's Ranch, which is where I need to go. Okay. Locked by this soul, the crow soul, for Lonlin Ranch. As soon as I go and I deal with the cows. Any day now. Any day now. There we go. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-da-da. Oh my goodness. Can't believe this game. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Ah! To be fair, I really enjoy this game quite a bit. It's still, you know, a bully. The game definitely it still bullies me, but to be fair, I enjoy it. Volcano. What are we talking about volcanoes for? Okay. You said grumble. Oh, your mind went to the Mario and the Mario Kart track came to mind? Oh, goody. No, I strapped these. All right, that was left cow. Now we need the right cow. Go mark down the right cow. How's the kitchen set up? Literally nothing. What do you mean the kitchen set up? Are you talking about for the cooking stream? Saku, if you could have the power of one Ocarina song in real life, which one would you choose? You put the right cow in, you put the right cow out, you put the right cow in, left cow in, and you shake it all about. Oh man, I'm trying to think what I would do for a song. I definitely wouldn't make it daytime, because that would be awful. Song of Time just sends blocks back and forth. I mean, I guess you could teleport if you get locked in a building that allows you to warp back and forth. Cow and cow. Alright, this one's locked completely until we get the crows. Was that like a really loud cow moo? Alright, let's go to Kakariko. Yeah, for the cooking stream? Well, I'm not doing any setup until like the day of. or the day before. I could go in there, but I don't want to. Graveyard, actually. Is there anything in Graveyard we need? Heart Piece, Grave, no, because we don't have Sun Song. Fairy, Graveyard Child Fairy. It definitely says that we have missed a fairy. Or 3 here, but I disagree. It's these ones. Oh, I lied. I agree. Okay, they're all $5, so that's fine. Can I have the $5, please? $14? 20? Oh yeah, that's $10. $34. These have been giving me $10 each time. I had no idea. Sun Song Fairy. Okay. Okay, we don't have that. Sun Song. The graveyard is completely locked by Sun Song. Yo, AMC, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I think that if it was, hey, Diamond Steve. Locked by Sun Song. Welcome in, and Annie Drew. I feel like the only one that would be handy is Song of Storms. Like, genuinely. But, like, besides Zelda's Lullaby, which just opens up specific points in the world, right? Or Epona's Song, which, calls a specific horse. Or makes a cow milk faster. Or Saria's that, I mean, I guess Saria's lifts people's mood. But yeah. I feel like Song of Storms would have to be the one that I would go with. Okay. I thought that I had done this already, but I wanted to double check. My rental's going pretty great. You drop off the people, go rest. Yes, please take care of yourself. Thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate it. All right, we have a cow to talk to. Summoning a horse would be pretty cool. That's fair. But, like, in today's society, there would be no place for you to do that. Like, there's laws about, like, how you're able to walk around or, like walk a horse through cities and stuff like that. Or towns. There's nowhere to, like, you know, have it parked or anything like that. Impa's cow. Bam, 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 bam. It is RGB Link, yeah? Oh, they cannot give me a citation when my horse is so fast? Yeah, if you worked on a farm, like, yeah, that would be really helpful. But I find my thing, yeah, I probably talk about it way too much, but I really think that water is, like, one of the most important things to have the ability to get, and being able to call the rain whenever you want to. If there's, like, a drought somewhere and whatnot, if you could call the rain to, like, help, that would be amazing. That would be so valuable. Making sure that people have, like, fresh drinking water or other things like that. Oh my god. Yeah. Every time that somebody asks me what my power would be like the ability to control water, because I feel like being able to give people like fresh drinking water in general, or, you know, solving droughts and other things like that would be amazing. That way there's no food shortages and there's no water shortages. I'm just marking things off. Yeah, I'm a blast a second already. That's fair. Alright, open grotto fairy. There's a whole lot of adult crates that I don't really know whether or not I've got them or not. And then all the data centers could have all that as much as they need. Don't even get me started about that. I've made my opinion about like water consumption very clear. I definitely worry about where these data centers are getting their water from. And making sure that it's not going to cause a lasting impact on, one, the environment, or two, on the local neighborhood that they're going to be at. But I have a sneaky suspicion that nobody else in the, you know, places where blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't even want to get into it because I'll get heated. But, I think adult. Yeah, okay. So all of this stuff is adult. Shooting gallery, adult. All this stuff is adult. Okay. So Kakariko is all done. We have a whole lot of stuff in the Kokiri Forest now. Like a whole lot of stuff. So we're at, wait, I just need to kill 3 more things and then I am done. I'm done. I just need to kill 3 more things, and then I've checked 1,300 locations. Okay, that's a skull. That's adult. That's adult. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to like check the list at the same time. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh man, there's so many of these here. Oh, these are adult. Okay, so 5 is a child. Yeah, thank you so much for coming by. I hope that all of you are doing well. I know there's one here. Ugh. A fairy. Okay. Zora tunic. Just on a random stick in the woods. One, 2, and 3. Says there should be 2 more. A fairy? I wanted to do multi-games, but Genshin was like, here's a 10-hour quest. A 10-hour quest? I have way too many games I want to play. Like, just way too many. I keep like adding more. I'm like, oh no, I'm not gonna add more. And then boom, I add more. I don't understand. Kakiri Forest, Gossip Stone, and Open, or Storm's Grotto, Gossip Stone. Oh shoot, both of those did not. I didn't check. Sounds like a normal gamer problem. Genshin do like its long quest sometimes. I really want to catch up on the story for Genshin. I have not. I'm not even close to caught up. I'm still like, I've just, I finished, Sumeru? Yeah, I finished Sumeru, and my thing was to work on Fontaine, but I just haven't had time. That's a real fairy. Oh, that was Storms. Oh, heck. I didn't want to do Storms. I wanted to do the other one. I stopped on Sumeru because I wanted to talk to somebody about the story and do it together. But, I've now forgotten. It's been so long that I've actually forgotten what I wanted to talk about. I was like... Yeah, I had some, like, fancy thoughts and ideas and stuff. And now I don't remember what they were. I'd have to watch somebody play through the story to remember what it is. Get close enough that it's green, but far enough away that I'm not going to automatically pick it up. Fire arrows? Like, actually this time? Nope. Okay, a lot of this is adult. Adult Path to Deku Skull Chula, which we don't have. Adult Field Deku Baba. Okay, we can. Adult Fence, Adult Link's House, Adult Path to Deku, Adult Deku Tree, 6 of them. Okay, yeah. There's a whole lot of stuff that I have to come back as an adult for here. Now that I have Deku Babas. Locked by Skulltula, Soul. Skulltula is the only one that I don't have for this area. Deku Baba's also in Deku Tree. So going in and doing that would be great. Getting more sticks, because we've definitely used some. Maybe. I don't even remember where you are in the story. What? Deku Tree should have these. Do they not count? Okay, well, it doesn't matter because we're here. Okay. 1 skull wall chula. 2 skull wall chulas. Oh my god! Oh wow! That is wow. Okay, lower and upper. Oh man. It says that there's, hang on. Okay, I killed this thing wrong. I must have killed this thing wrong then. Maybe I have to do, okay. Maybe I have to kill it like that? No? Why are these saying that oh, do I have to do it with fire? Hang on. Move here. No? What is happening? It says that I should... It says that I should be able to get things from this. They could treat Lobby Deku Baba. I'm confused. I just got the Deku Baba souls, so it's not like I could have killed these. Okay, those guys are back. Because I left and came back. Elemental arrows? I'm a child. Excuse me, please don't notice me. Like, all these Skulltulas don't exist. Did you ever complete Master Quest? A long time ago? Like a long time ago? Scarth. Am I messing something up? These have checks on them, right? Or is it just sticks? Compass room grass we've got. Which I did not mark down. I don't think slingshot, maybe boomerang works. Like that guy. Right? Withered Deku Baba. That one worked fine. I mean, maybe it has to be with, maybe it has to be with, boomerang. Let's try. Slingshot definitely does not work, but, this might. You not use your sword? It's not counting. So these enemies, I have Soul Shuffle on. So that means that, yeah, when I kill an enemy, it's supposed to drop something. Not drop something on the ground. It spawns above my head. So you'll see, like, when I killed the withered one, it dropped an item. How am I supposed to kill them? Well, we'll try Slingshot. Oh, maybe it does work. I lied. Either way, I'm still not getting the checks from them. Like, no matter what I do to kill them, all I get is that. I don't know. I hope that I just hope that they're not something required to beat the game. Because I'm not going to be able to kill them. Well, we'll try killing this one. Oh, wait, there was one next to me. Yeah. No, they're all randomized. They're on the list as randomized, so they're supposed to drop something when I kill them. Into my inventory, not on the ground. Like this one, if I kill this one, you'll see, watch above my head. Like, I'll back up. See how I got the 5 rupees? That one is working. None of the other ones are. Which is weird. Yeah, this grass is already done. I mean, we knew that this is possibly gonna break, right? So, like, I'm not really... Yeah. Hopefully there's nothing on them. Like, that one's $5. Oh, goody. Ah. Okay. So many seeds. So we don't have the Skulltula souls, so we don't need to worry about that one. This is the basement room grass. Larva room grass. There's more grass in the bottom that we didn't cut before, and also we could go into Goma's room and see if the grass is there, even though the soul isn't. We're gonna save. We're gonna go touch some more grass. I was not prepared for that. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, so before boss room, there's 3 grass. Over here, we'll cut this. $5. Hearts, and... yep, $5. Hey. So in Goma's room, there should be 8. But there's no boss because we don't have the boss soul. So it should be all weird looking. See, because the boss isn't here. Okay. So 1 grass. 2 grass. Oh wow, an actual quiver. 3 grass. Can you imagine if it was Queen Goma's soul in here? 4 grass. Oh good, ice trap. 5 grass. 6 grass. 7 grass. 8 grass. Yep, okay. Mark these down and then we leave. Go back and reset. Because we can't leave the room the normal way. Alright, so, Deku Babas only drop their, only reward their drops if killed with elemental arrows, which means any Deku Baba that can only be reached as a child can't be collected. All applicable Deku Babas, applicable child Deku Babas are junk. So I'm gonna mark them down then. If they're automatically, yeah. One streamer found Baronade's soul in Baronade's paws. We had no idea what happened when he picked it up. The boss wouldn't spawn, right? The boss spawns after? Did they have to leave and come back? I feel like that would have to, because the state of the room would have to change. Skull, skull, Goma, skull, 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 Waltula. Did I not pick up the basement chest? Yo, have a good night, Scar. Thank you so much for your help. He did spawn after, yes. He had to re-enter, but it would have been really funny if Baronade just showed up suddenly. You don't have Goma soul? That is correct. You are correct. Yep, that's what I said. It did say that I haven't checked off, okay, the basement chest. So I just came here to check. Okay, so if that's the case, oh god, I just accidentally got rid of my map. Alright, so that means that any child Deku Babas... Actually, let's mark down the fact that Deku Tree is locked by... Skull Tula Souls. Goma Soul. Hi, Ruby. Hello. You having bad dreams? Or you just came here for pets? Hello, Ruby. You're so cute. Thank you for the kisses. Oh, she's so cute. She's giving me kisses. Hey. Okay. We are done here. At least to the best that we can. Let's go back to Kakiri Forest. I'm gonna mark down the fact that I guess all the rest of them are adult Dekubabas, so it doesn't matter. We've got everything else. Yo, thank you so much for the follow, Diamond. We will sleep and have fun because this looks interesting. It most certainly is. There's a lot of souls we're missing. You'll see the ones that are white here or the ones that are white are ones we've unlocked, and the ones that are red are ones that we've unlocked and also like completed. I should mark down Shaboms because there's no more Shaboms anywhere else. I don't even think there's any more Shell Blades. Is there any? There's none in GTG. I'm pretty sure Shell Blades are done too. Skull Kids is a problem. Because those are a nightmare. But I feel like that's the next thing I have to do as well. Yeah, let's go. Let's go become an adult again. Go into the Lost Woods. Kill a skull enemy. That's gonna be such a pain. Oh god. I'm so not looking forward to this. I'm so bad at this. I mean, I have to manually mark them off. Redeads and Gibdos aren't done yet. Because I haven't manually marked them off. You thought your sound that sound was your phone? Do you have Kingdom Hearts follow, or do you have a Kingdom Hearts alert? Do 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 do. Bam 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 bam. I guess we're going to Lost Woods. Actually, we should just... I should have just spawned Epona, but now I don't want to because it'll take too long, and Epona gets stuck on the ground a lot. We're gonna go here. We're gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Dekubabas as an adult. Hello? I just completely missed the spot? Da, 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 da. I don't have fire arrows. It's fine. I don't have any elemental arrows, to be honest. So I can't even do that. So I guess we're going to the Lost Woods. We have blue chicken? Because I didn't mark down blue chicken. We do. Yes. All right. Bring out the damage. Here's your chicken. Okay. What? I don't think that I can get him to spawn because, or get the Skull Kids to spawn while he's present. And I didn't think that, at least this one would spawn at all. Okay, there we go. That was so much easier than whatever nonsense. What? Hey. I thought that I was supposed to kill these guys and get an item, but they're also not dropping items. Rude. Hello? Oh my god. Hello? Oh, because there was a thing there that I didn't see. I don't like these guys. I wonder if I can only do it after they've got the skull mask, and because I haven't given them the skull mask, like maybe that's why they're not dropping things in my inventory. I don't know, because I can't see. I can't see. Where'd he go? Stop using the tree. Honestly, this is like the worst. Okay, what? Okay, so that was a check. It drops on the ground, not in your inventory. Oh no, all the crows! You've got to be kidding me. Oh man, what? No way. Oh god. So many crows. Okay. No, not the way I want to go. Okay. Let's, check this one out. Okay, that one's done. So we gotta go leave and come back. Let me mark these down because I haven't been marking this one down. Big fairy spawn here in the shortcut grotto. So now we have to leave and come back and play the other one. I really need the Phantom Ganon one. Phantom Ganon is go mode, basically. Well, I guess I'd call it no mode. Because we still have to go up GT, or Ganon's Castle, whatever. And find out where my light arrows are. Excuse me, come back here. Alright, so we have the shortcut one. Okay, we have 3 grass by the shortcut. There's no grass down there. What's the worst lights could be? Find a soul of another boss that we don't have access to. Just making sure there's nothing over here. Oh, good. Well, we need this one at least. If we get the, this, gossip stone fairy spawn, then we can get the big fairy spawn afterwards. Is that what, does that say it's a long shot? Okay. It's an ice trap, but that's okay. We have to pick it up or we can't summon the other one. There's also a Song of Storms fairy somewhere. So I need to figure out where that is. So I have to keep an eye out for where Navi turns green. If Navi turns green somewhere, then that means that it's probably there. You're not there. Envious Navi. Green with envy. Yeah. Regress. Near Shortcuts Grotto? Or near Shortcuts for grass? Okay. Is there any more grass here? Maybe it's only as a child. Oh, here we go. Song of Storms. Not... There we go. Watch out. Okay. Yeah. Song of Storms Fairy complete. In the Scrubs Grotto, apparently you can play Sun Song to get another fairy. Making sure that, I don't know if that's like the Deku Scrubs, like the one that you hand in like the masks or whatever also too. Okay, 3 more. Grass. So the one that I'm not sure about must be the Shortcuts Grotto having grass. So we haven't been able to actually deal with this yet. Because it was hammer locked. Ah, $5. Okay. Where? Oh, Scrub Grotto front. Yep. And the Deku Scrub near the bridge, I think we also got, but I haven't marked it off. I'm assuming that you play it in the sun here. The sun song. But, yeah. We don't have the sun song, so it doesn't matter. And these ones we've also done. Alright. Over here. Why am I here? I don't know. I don't think I need to be here. The Secret Forest Meadow, I think, is done. No, it does not say that it's done. It says it's missing the fairy spawns. Alright. Why are any of us here? Oh yeah, to watch Saku. Are you sure? Oh, goody, long shot again. That's definitely totally a long shot. For sure. This time, yep. This is a lower and upper. These are definitely both upper gossip stones. Ooh. Please don't be a heart piece. Okay, it's $5. Get all the things, all the things. Look at them glorious N64 graphics, I know. All pixelated. Ah, that's too close. Yo, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. All right. Well, heck. It's more of nothing. All right, last thing we gotta check is the fairy fountain here, and then Sacred Forest Meadow is fully cleared. Completely. All right, I'm pretty sure that I did this one already, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it looks like I did. I'm just gonna double check by coming over here. Yeah. All right, we'll grab some fairies. So we'll mark all these off. That puts our total recorded check count at 1,354. Isn't that crazy? We have checked 1,354 locations in this game. Also, welcome in, Romcom. I hope you're doing well. Okay. So Kokiri Forest, we can't do any more of the Deku Babas because I don't have fire arrows. I guess it says elemental arrows. I'm assuming it means fire and lightning. Hello, fire and light arrows. Fire arrows. Hey Tim, what's the emote for? We haven't killed Phantom Ganon or Goma or Volvagia, Winrova, or we haven't got the song from the Ocarina of Time or Ice Cavern because we don't have the other guys yet, or Sheik and Kakariko because we don't have the other medallion. We could go and clear, so we have two options, two major like big options. I'm kind of trying to like clean up all the junk that I have in the world. But, yeah. Big sick. Oh no, I'm sorry, you're sick. I'm trying to clear up all like the junk checks that I have in the world, but we do have the fire temple and we do have the other one. Spirit Temple. We could complete the rest of the Spirit Temple that we have access to, but I'm trying to avoid doing so without the last souls that I need. Bam, 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 bam. We could also kill a big Poe. We do have that. If we don't move, can we call Epona without messing it up and getting her under the floor? Please and thank you. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna get a big Poe. Trying to get like a nice angle at this. So many checks complete, yet so many more still. It's actually, it doesn't feel like that many. Hello? No! I'm trying to get a good angle, I say, immediately ruining it. I mean, to be fair, I don't think that was my fault. I think I have this set to 1, so this should be enough. I know that it sounds like there's a lot of checks left, but it's gonna go by really quick. Like, once we have all the souls unlocked, then we don't have to worry about, like, you know, too much nonsense. Bam, 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 bam. Souls unlocked as well as items, right? We have a lot of the items, but we're missing a lot of the souls. Oh no! Yuck. Okay, that I'm pretty sure. Is that market done completely? Yeah, 10 pose marks market complete. Completed. So the entire market is done. The Temple of Time Light Arrows cutscene is locked by Spirit Medallion, which is locked by us getting Phantom Ganon Soul. Okay, we did get the hammer, which does give us access to the fairy fountain that is next to Hyrule Field. So let's go do that real fast. Epona. You know, some of the times, like, when I have Epona in some of these games, it's like, okay, is this the one where I jump on the back and I immediately start running, or is that Twilight Princess? But it's always Twilight Princess. Like, if you approach Epona from the back of Twilight Princess Epona, then you can, you can immediately start running. Okay, this is super dangerous, by the way. Like, super, super, super dangerous. This is one of the ones that can break my game. If there is a heart piece in here, oh god. It doesn't look like it, so I'm gonna go in and just eat them all. Okay, yep. Still boomerang. Oh, I did get the ice arrows! Oh, wow, that's actual ice arrows. Is this a bug? This is not a bug. Rude. Okay, though, that does mark off another huge chunk of checks right here. No, because it's not progressive, Mernko. Right, so like if I had gotten 2 items and then I had gotten another copy of it later, then it would be a problem. With gloves? No, because the gloves would be my last copy of the gloves. So it wouldn't. It would have to be that I got something afterwards, right? If I got a heart and then the reason why it's a problem is because once I get another copy or another thing, it'll look for it. But because I already have the silver gauntlets, the last thing is going to be the last glove check. There is no glove check beyond gold. Speaking of gold. Okay, well, not doing that then, I guess. Darn, I really do need, like... Is there any skull wall ones? Grotto, cow grotto we can't get into. There's skull chula there. Those ones, cow grotto. Yeah, okay. We can't really do anything else. Everything else is locked by gold gauntlet and Skull Chula souls in Hyrule Field. So I didn't mark down Sacred Forest Meadow as complete. Completed. There we go. Yeah, Gold Gauntlets and Skull Soul is what I'm needing to complete this. Excuse me. So, I'm gonna do the crows, the Lake Hylia ones, and the... what's the other one? Lake Hylia ones? Oh, and Lonlon Ranch, yes. I think those are all of the crows in the game. So yeah, the problem that I have in the game is when the game checks, so you get 2 items, right? So the game sets it that you have the item, but it also sets it that you have a progression past that item, right? But so when you actually get the thing that goes past that progression, like in a heart pieces situation, right? You have 3 heart pieces and you pick up a heart piece and it fills your heart container. But then a fairy, if it's a fairy, right? Sorry. Let me start over. You have a heart piece that you're about to pick up on a fairy. You already have 2 heart pieces, okay? You pick up that heart piece, and the game goes, you got 2 heart pieces, not 1 heart piece, even though you only got 1 heart piece. And the game counts it as 1 heart piece, records it as 1 heart piece, but marks it as 2. So when you go to pick up that final heart piece, then the game breaks because it's like, well, no, you already have that heart piece. We said that you already had that heart piece. So it's the time after the break, like the time after it corrupts, that's the problem. Right? Do you understand? What am I doing here? Why am I here? Oh, yeah, because I'm going to Lon La Ranch. I don't know if Murnko's still here. Alright, we have crows. I'm here. Okay, did you see what I said? So we have 15 crows we need to do. Okay, you heard, you understand. Okay, okay. Where's the crow? Right here. 1 crow. Heck. Two crows. Gold scale. Oh, wow. 2 crows. Three crows. I still hear a lot of them here. 4? 5? No, these are the same ones. Okay, those are 2 more. 4 and 5. It's supposed to get rid of the crows once I kill them. 6. Seven? No! Come back here! No! Eight. That way I can tell which ones are the ones that I need to kill. Okay, that one is... Oh, God! Hello! You know, I'm good. Goodbye. I have no idea what we're at now. 8, maybe? 7, 9, 8, 10? Whatever. Yo, Chad, thank you so much for the raid. Oh. I have no idea which ones I've killed already. And which ones I haven't. Ooh, Dragon Warrior Winter Rando tournament. Nice, nice. I have no idea if I've killed all of them. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. I really hope that there's nothing here because I'm not going to be able to figure out if I've killed them or not. I'm just going to mark them all as done and hope for the best. Ba, ba, ba. Ah. Alright. I'm gonna mark this as complete as well. Because with that puts the entire Lon Lon Ranch is done. I'm kind of not wanting to deal with the birds if I can't tell whether or not they've been killed. So I'm just gonna go and do the spirit temple. I don't know, like, I'm worried that I'm gonna go do the spirit temple. I'm just gonna get everything I need to beat the game, and then, yeah. Am I still in the purple outfit? Hang on a minute. We're going to the spirit temple. Do, 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 do. Oh god, there's birds here too! I forgot about these birds! No. We're just gonna pretend like those birds don't exist for now. So we have hammer, which I don't think we had here either before. Alright, spirit temple we were missing. Last time we were here, compass chest we couldn't do because we didn't have Zelda's lullaby. So we'll grab that now. Okay, goodbye. Thank you! What if the birds have keys? Then I guess we will be in danger! I mean, thankfully we don't have key sanity on, right? So the keys are gonna be in, the keys for the dungeons are gonna be in the dungeons. The bigger problem is gonna be if they have souls. Yo, Hempo, thank you so much for the raid! Owen Wilson's favorite video game. His review was a big ol' wow! Yo, how was World of Warcraft? How are you doing? Of course, take care of yourself, please. Thank you so much for coming by. Welcome in. We're doing one very chaotic seed. This is Ocarina of Time randomizer, but we've randomized it so that every enemy in the game we have to kill in order to get a check. We've done a lot so far. We are at, I don't even know. We're at like over 1,300 checks out of 1,899. So we're fairly far in, but we still have a decent bit before, yeah, before we're full cleared. Do-do-do-do. Okay. So we've done this for sure because I can see the chests on the ground. I'm just gonna go over here because I didn't mark down that I got the pot in the BMOS room that I'm a goof for. So I want to make sure that I've got it. It says Spirit Temple BMOS Hall pot, and that's... It says after sunblock room, so I probably have to do this thing again. Alright, excuse me, excuse me. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. Thank gosh, it didn't notice me. This is not BMOS. Is this not, like... Yeah, no, this is not the way. No, it's not BMOS Hall. Like BMOS Hallway. Do you ever play Enemy Randomizer? Not really. No, I don't know. I don't really find it super interesting. So I typically do things that I normally enjoy myself. Spirit Temple after sunblock room pot. BMOS Hall pot. Is gotta be on this side. But I feel like I've already done all of this. So I have no idea. I mean, I guess it might be if it's yellow. Yeah, okay. I've done it. I just never marked it down. I've killed the BMOS before anyone panics. But I did have more checks I could do. On the child side? I did. Okay, this one here is the near for Armos chest. Which is just a single rupee. And I don't care about that. I am a goof. Okay, we gotta go back because since we've gotten through here the first time, we've gotten wall skulls. And there are two in the bombable wall over here, or on the bomb wall over here that we can get. that we haven't yet. There's also the Lizalfos here that's gonna spawn immediately. Go away. Rude? Okay. Go away, Lizalfos. Okay, you know what? Heck it. No! I do not need to deal with you. We have those 2 skulls, though. Which is the bomb wall. And there's also the Stalfos below. No! Frozen again. Okay, sure. There's a Stalfos, but we can't kill the Stalfos as an adult. We have to kill it as a child. Oh, wow. Big money. So now that means there is 1 wall skull. And we have no sun song, so we can't do the sun song fairies. Lizard. 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 For the Lizalfos. Okay. Yeah. One wall skull and 1 topmost chest. And actually, I'm going the wrong way. And of course the boss. I don't think this is gonna work, but this is fine. Oh, it did. Prescription! Prescription! Nice! Okay, we got a prescription. That's another unlock. So yeah, now it's just gonna be Sun Song to beat this. Like, sorry, I say to beat this, but I mean like to full clear it. I did this already. I don't know what I'm doing. What I didn't do, though, is this. Lizard. Hey. Go this way. Push? I'm like, hang on a sec. Why are we not pushing? Goodbye. Alright, hopefully Twin Rova's gonna behave themselves. Because I would like them to not be a bunch of butts. But they're normally a bunch of butts, so I would not be surprised. Topmost chest is obtained. I hope. I opened the chest, right? I opened the chest that I spawned. I didn't just leave it behind, right? Now I'm worried. Oh, goody. Is it 5? Is it $5? Come on. I am a goof. Okay. Oh, Twin Rover, please be nice. Please be nice. Ow, my face. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's 2. I need you 4 times. Uh-oh. Wow. 3. What is happening? Everybody's like, what are you talking about, Saku? Ah! Let's talk about them behaving themselves. They're no longer behaving themselves. Okay, there's 4. Put it away, put it away, put it away. All right, time to get serious. They're getting serious now. Now I have to get serious. Wink. A lightsaber. Two. Fire. Ha ha ha. Three. GG on that boss. Twin Rover is defeated. Give us Phantom Ganon Soul for the lulz. Oh my god, I'll die. No, it's $5. Twin Rova's heart only worth $5. I literally just need Phantom Ganon Soul. Okay, Colossus. Ugh. I guess we could do the fairy or the birds. You're a fire wizard. Hmm. I'm gonna stop here because I'd like to know for Colossus, there is a bunch of checks here on these bats or birds. There's 5 as an adult. So, if I can snipe them. A whiff. 1. Okay. 2. No! I can't see because there's a sunbeam in my face. There's a bird behind me. Go away. I don't want to deal with you. I can't see because there's a sunbeam in my eyes. Three. Where's the last one? And by the last one, I mean not the last one. Shush, Navi. It's really hard to see in the dark. Okay, that one we've killed. That one we've killed. That one we've killed. There should be one over there. I don't know where it is. I guess we'll just get rid of this guy because he's being annoying. Oh, there's another one there. Okay. Can you stop? Oh god, here we go again with the sunbeams. I'm really, like, having a difficult time judging the distance to this guy. Can you come back here, please? Ah! There's a bat to my right. Okay, this guy is gonna drive me nuts. Stop moving, changing directions. Okay, that's it. I'm going. Okay. Okay, that was one of them. There should be one more. It should be in this corner. I couldn't see it before. Maybe somewhere over here. Oh gosh, I knew it! There you are. Oh boy. Alright, well that's all the adult ones at least. So, there's only 3 as a child. Which is a lot easier to get to. Hey, Ahiru. Welcome in. Alright, Gossip Stone Fairy spawn. That is, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother. I'm gonna go backwards and ignore everything. And I'm gonna go directly over here where there is another gossip stone. And I'm going to save in case I do something and heck myself. This should be the fairy spawn for the gossip stone. Ouch. Okay, it was, but I've already done it. So, or it's vanilla. Okay. I guess Fire Temple. Right? I mean, there's still a lot we can do. Like, a lot. But I feel like Fire Temple is our next big thing. Also, welcome back, Star Fury. Or are you talking about the sun? Oh, that's what you're saying. I'm sorry, I'm a goof. 1,394 locations, by the way, that we've completed. We haven't even marked down anything into Dodongo's Cavern, which we've also done a lot of. RGB Gamer Link. Yep. But with that, I do feel like this is probably a good time to wrap up because I'm hungry. And if we do Fire Temple, we might just end up getting the soul for Phantom Ganon, if it's in here, or whatever. But like, we're pretty darn close to being able to beat the game just completely. We have a whole lot of stuff that we've done, and there's still more. Like I said, there's still a lot more that we can do. A lot of them is mostly just killing enemies. There's a lot of enemies inside of Fire Temple. Hang on, I'm gonna quickly see how many checks is in Fire Temple. So we've got... we've got 74 checks inside of Fire Temple that we have access to right now. I don't think there's anything in here that we don't have access to. So that's that's a lot. A lot of these rest of these other ones are just like one-off checks, right? Stingrays we don't have the souls for. Skulltulas we don't have the souls for. There's a couple of Stalfos we can kill in Shadow Temple. We're missing Sun Song. Ice Cavern, we're missing those what's it called? Is that Freezors? Are they is that what they're called in this game? I don't actually know what they're called in here. Yeah, Freezards. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we still have to unlock. It's quite crazy how many checks we've done and how much we still have yet to do. But thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out, for watching. I hope that you enjoyed the you know, continuation of the Ocarina of Time randomizer. I'm gonna see what I can do for a raid.